Good morning, everybody. It's all the crew out there that have logged on to check out the Nias Pro. This is day 3. The sky's a little gloomy, but the waves are better, so that's the good news. My name is Mark Clift. Sitting alongside me is Billy Hangen. So good morning, Bill.
Yes, good morning, Mark. Good morning, viewers. Everybody watching around the world. Here we are at Lagundri Bay, and the news is the wind has abated a little bit overnight. The waves are kind of about the same size, but a little less junky. And we've been watching some entertaining surfing this morning already, haven't we?
Well, we have, and for sure it was a no-brainer that we were going to start this morning because given what got dished up yesterday, it's definitely got a bit more push, a lot more waves, and a lot of the free surfing's looking on point. So for me, pretty fair playing field this morning, Bill. But yesterday was a cracker, really. It finished in fine style. You know, there was some moment downtime, but it really finished off with a bang. Yeah.
There wasn't downtime. None better than Yahagi. Yahagi really bluffed the rest of the field. Everyone was sitting out the priority. He went inside, banged out a 8.33, I think, and
9.33.
9.33. Yeah. Took out the final. So took one home with the chocolates for the Pro Junior men's. Super impressive.
Yeah, it certainly was, and a well-deserved winner. It was all about Team Japan yesterday. They cleaned up, so well done to those crew. We've got a little action pack to show you what it looked like yesterday, everybody, so check out the highlights from day 2. Well, that was a good mashup of what went down yesterday, so real credit to the production team there, covering a whole lot of different angles, and we even got to see Yahagi in the red, those two big airs. That was the 9.33. Yeah,
and to reach that sort of level in these marginal conditions, I suppose you could say, is a true testament to his talent. And just didn't stick with the same program, going out there, getting in line for priority. Thought he'd mix things up a little bit, and he really paid off. It was all about Team Japan yesterday, Mark.
Yep, because Kokona Kawase took out the Women's Pro Junior as well. Ella finished runner-up, but then it was Japan 3-4 as well. So Team Japan are here in force, and they made a really good first impression here at this event. So for all the Pro Juniors yesterday, Bill, it was a really good warm-up into the QS Lima Ribu.
Lima Ribu, that's right.
This event here, this is Giada Lagati. She's part of our commentary team. This is Heat 1 of the round of 40. Women's morning, we've got 4 heats scheduled for this early program. and this is the very first heat of them. Who's in this heat, Bill?
Well, I'm looking up there to the left of the screen. It's Gia Lagundri in the green, Rosie Smart in the red, and Suri Jabrik in the white.
And
it was labelled for 4 surfers. Looks like 3 have shown up.
Yep, looks like Sky Brown didn't make an appearance. That was Rosie right there. So this is the first of the 4 heats that are going to come to fill out the morning. 30-minute matchups. Rosie and Giada have a score. There's the little one out the back in the white, Suri Jabrik.
She's been surfing a lot over the last few days in all sorts of conditions, which is the thing to do, under the watchful eye of her coach.
Father, everything. So Tippy here with the team, doing it. And yesterday afternoon, here she goes. Let's have a little look at this.
No.
And yesterday afternoon, Bill, it was kind of good fun because as the tide pushed back in, there was a lot of waves breaking. There was a lot of people in the lineup. You had the out-the-back bit that was kind of entertaining, but the inside bit was going nuts with grommets. And
every minute there's 20 waves ridden.
And even some of the big boys realised that the inside was where it was at, and they came down and feasted right in front of the Hash family surf camp there. And it was a pretty good late show. So it doesn't surprise me that the waves are a little better this morning because they did get a touch better yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, it's a good point you make. I wonder if the WSL representative and the head judge will take that into account. And
What,
maybe
the inside, you mean?
put things on hold until
yeah.
that incoming tide this afternoon. We'll have to wait and see.
Yep.
But, yeah, it was surprised everybody, I think, of how good it got yesterday afternoon.
Yep. For onshore and a small sort of weak ocean, it definitely stepped it up. Probably 50% better than what a lot of heats paddled out in yesterday. So the late call could be a good one. We're just testing the waters here this morning with these first 4 heats at 30 minutes. Giada, just one wave, a 2-point ride, so nobody really yet to get their teeth stuck into it. So I imagine head judge Ty Connigan is just going to have a look at conditions, wave count, scores and potential out there and just see how far we go this morning. I mean, look, we've got all day. We could even go on hold for a while and come back and milk the afternoon. I'm sure they would also like to potentially push ahead and squeeze a bit more out of today because from this moment, everybody, we have 74 heats remaining. And, you know, given variables like storm systems and stuff up here, there could be something random that goes on in those remaining 4 days of our waiting period that might put things on hold. So you've kind of got to hedge your bets and stay ahead of the curve with our format.
Yeah, you got to shuffle that deck chairs around all the time when you're the head judge or the WSL rep, contest director. Let's have a look at Rosie Smart now, Mark. Just that one little U-turn, and that'll do her. But you've got to understand, everyone watching around the world, there's nobody in the world who would love to see primo conditions for this contest more than the people running it.
I know. We're getting a fair bit of input as to what we should do. Yes. You guys should. It's like, yes, well, if we had a 10-day waiting period, we probably could. But, yep, plenty of input coming from the spectators, the dads and the super coaches. So we got still a fair bit to pack into the next 5 days. So, yep, the ocean hasn't quite come to the party. Obviously, looking ahead into the forecast, it is showing a ramp up in swell. So that's a good thing. Yes. It might still be a little bit like this, the surface of the ocean, but when there's some size involved, I think everybody's going to have a smile on their face and there'll be a no sook zone. You just got to get out there and do it.
Yeah, well, it's our sport that we love, and we've got to accept these sort of things. It's not always going to be smoking.
So a lot of people probably came here on the premise after last year, mate, how on point it was, the sun, the wind, the waves. It was just barrel fest. Everyone's going, I'm not missing that this year. Here we go. This is Hannah Suri Jabrik's first wave. Little slash to kick things off. Sooner or later, Bill, someone's going to connect with a clean face and probably milk one all the way through. The inside was heavily utilised during this morning's free surf. So these 3 young ladies, yet to kind of really find the rhythm of the ocean and get the groove on and use the whole contest venue. Priority with G. And this is a really important event, Bill, because there's only been a few events so far on the Asian Oceania circuit. There goes G now. Nice connection. Weaving around, hoping to put it together here and find a bit more out of this wave. I think Giada was a quarter-finalist here last year.
Yeah.
Doing a good job on this wave.
Went a whole way through the draw, a long way through the draw last year. Surfed this place a fair bit. You can see that wave knowledge, he did okay to get into the inside. See the judges reward though. There's a few S turns, nothing really critical or eye-catching, but...
It's got to be the best wave, right?
Yeah, I think so.
So a couple of low scores to kick things off. This will give the...
Yeah, finds that little one there.
Yeah, just give the judges a little bit of something extra to think about, Bill, so won't be,
So pretty much that one hit mark and then a whole lot of S turns. Bit of a cuddy down this way. But on a day like today, I think it's a really good tactic.
Yep.
Boom.
All the other ladies on the point will be watching this heat as well. They're kind of thinking potentially rolling into some more women's heats. So G score there, a 417. Kind of starting to set a bit of a scale now, Bill.
Yeah, and also 30-minute heats. Giving everyone a fair go at it, which I like.
And I'm sure Giada, Rosie and Hanasuri will be pretty chuffed that Sky Brown didn't show up because she's a good surfer.
Well, I was really interested in that, Mark, because she got fantastic waves at Cruy. That's the first time we'd seen her in a WSL event. So she got fantastic waves, and it was, it's not a chore, it's not a grind to surf those sort of waves. I was super interested to see how one Sky Brown would go in these conditions.
Yeah, well, she did stick around and has been in Indo and may still be, but entered the contest anyway, didn't show up. Maybe chasing a swell somewhere else or loving life in Bali.
Oh, she's got a lot on her plate, that young lady.
Yep. Anyway, there's the overview of the point. You can see there's a lot of accommodation options. It definitely looks a lot different to the very first time I came here, Bill, but look, the waves are still there. They've actually gotten better. That whole slab of reef you can see now hanging off the coast, raised after the big tsunami. And it sort of did this wave some favours. And when there's a little bit of swell, geez, it really, really fires up. Around the back there's another big old right, which is pretty gnarly. And a lot of people come here just to surf that these days, Bill. It's pretty full on. The farthest point out there is the indicator. Given the right tide and a clean swell, that looks absolutely perfect. You just do not want to fall. It's a must not fall kind of surf.
Yeah, fall, lose skin.
Yep, definitely. So thanks, Ryan. There's some great work again from the drone operator here.
Pilot, Mark.
Pilot, is he?
Yes.
Affirmative.
Yeah, as you alluded to before, Mark, the second QS 5000 in Indonesia this year. Had to scratch and just move a few things around to get this one underway. That's why it wasn't back-to-back with Cruy again this year. But yeah, super important for surfers of this region. The Philippines, Japan, more so Indonesia, to have this opportunity to try and qualify for those Challenger Series and these regionals. So hats off to everyone who did get this contest together.
Well, the Asian region rankings currently see in the women's division the top 6 surfers are all Japanese.
Wowee.
Yep, so they're dominating this this region and looking pretty strong to have quite a few contenders into next year's Challenger Series, which is the second tier. You do well in the second tier and you get a shot at the WCT World Championship Tour.
You're only 2 steps away from the Pro Tour at this contest.
Yep, you are. That's why these 5,000s are a big deal. The draw's quite large in the men's. I think we have 90-odd surfers there, 40 in the women's here. Had it been backing onto Cruy, we could have seen those numbers really blow up.
Yeah, it's a long way to come for a lot of nations. It's a long way to come from other parts of Indonesia.
Yeah, I know. It took me 4 flights. Seriously. But that's all right. Got here. I'm going to extend and hang out for a bit. Hedge my bets on the following week as well.
Yeah, nice.
Because let's face it, you don't get many waves up here when this event's on.
No, well, it's then the closest wave really that's reliable as 40 minutes, almost an hour away.
Yep. Big question is, Bill, is the board you brought going to get wet? Is it going to see salt water?
It's seen it, hasn't felt it. I took a little Malibu out the other day and had a little go on the inside. You've got a lot of surfers here, and they're trying to get a wave to practice, Mark. Trying to work out this wave, and there's a lot of surfers here. I think the last thing they need is a staff member sitting on the inside trying to take that wave off them. There's nothing on the line for us. It's just a fun ride. But the surfers here have travelled all over the world. They deserve a fair look at the wave.
Yeah, well, that's fair enough, So I've had a couple little paddles around and I said to the crew, I'm going to catch the smallest wave I can and just go in. So hands off the 1-footers because I want one.
Yeah, you did that 5 times.
Well, I can't count. I was calling it one. Five 1-footers doesn't add up to a 5-footer, but I just got out of there. I had to swim around the point yesterday morning, though, just to get wet and go and say hi to the gang.
It was good. A big good morning to everyone watching around the world. Woo. Here are the conditions we're dealt with. The surfers making the most out of it with 30-minute heats today. We are going the first round of the women's, so 4 heats, and then we'll reassess the conditions from there.
So a quick couple of shout-outs. Let's start with our office there, Surfing WA crew. We'll probably have this on in the main office. Good morning. Meanwhile, Rosie Smart crunches one straight off the bat. Her best wave is going down right now. This is her 3rd ride. A little bit of a duck and a weave now, trying to stay with the energy of the ocean. It looks like she's going to have a good shot at an inside track here.
Nice.
Just kind of missed the lip on that opportunity, but definitely her best ride. She was in 2nd. I reckon she'll move to the lead. Needs a high 3. So that was a worthy little moment there for Rosie. I imagine some of the boys down there at Lakey might have the broadcast on as well, maybe down there at 3 Waves. Onky and the team generally put the WSL on whenever the events are rolling. What about you, Bill? You got anyone you want to give a call out to?
I will watch the live action and get back to that, Mark, but thank you. This is Suri Jubrik on her 2nd wave. Trying to find the inside connection. She was doing it all yesterday afternoon. She seems to have got over the hump. I just hope this thing stands up. She's doing a lot of hopping, but not quite getting over that thing. So 2nd wave for Suri Jubrik. It is Gia Lagarde with the best of it so far, Mark, a 4.17, and here she goes again.
Yep.
That familiar style, absolutely honed at the sandbar at Canggu.
Yep, she would be the most experienced surfer out there in the lineup right now, so she'll know what to do. She'll have a clear, composed plan, and she'll be pretty hard to take down, I imagine. Pretty confident after her performance here last year. Much different conditions, but G's pulled the Rashi on many times. She knows what to do. So let's keep our eye on whether Rosie moves up a space or not. Giada will also probably throw away her mid-range 1. So this is the replay again, Bill.
Yeah, Rosie, nice deep bottom turn. Kind of not projecting above the lip line. It's hard to do today, but that's where we'll see the scores go through the roof. If you can do that with your surfboard. But she does well to get this inside and get a 2nd tap away.
So had she put the board above the lip on that section, that would have looked good.
Yeah, it would have looked good, yep. And right out on the shoulder.
All right, so they were all paddling out, trying to make the most of priority. G picks up the top priority. Looks like Rosie's going to get the lead. She does, a 4.57, so just a 0.7 more than she needed. Well done. It's a bit of a shootout now. Actually, G gets it back because she improved on her 1.5. Put together a 2.83. Green first, red 2nd. Hannah Suri in at the white. What does she need? Just a low 4. She's going to drop into 3rd priority though, so going to have to work around the lineup now and find something that these two don't want.
Mate, I'm going to give a shout out to Cindy and Cindy Ball and all the crew at High Tech Surf there at Maui. Kim and Cindy own that store. As we watch Giada here, that one belt, that's going to do her. Nope, she's going to stick with it and see if there is something on the inside. This could work out for a mark. It's looking a little bit steeper. There could be a section coming towards. She'd like to finish that off with a bit of a tail release, and she does. So sticking with the game plan, I like it. Yeah, Cindy and Kimball own this high-tech surf in Maui. They've lost everything. House burnt to the ground, and Uncle Ron as well. Yeah, they've totally lost everything, but straight away they're doing effort release out of the high-tech surf store straight away for everyone affected by those fires in Maui. So well done, and stay strong. I hope everything comes into line pretty soon, because what a devastating time that was over there in Hawaii.
So the replay here shows one okay hit out the back for G. Lots of downtime, and then that is probably her backup move. I was trying to improve on only a 283. It's probably going to be in the ballpark, but I think it's a little... I don't think the score's in yet. Or is it another 283? No, it's not. The number's not in. Number is not in. All right, so there it is, a 3-5. So a little mini upgrade to the two-wave total. No blockbuster scores yet. Should Hanasuri get the right sort of wave, she could easily bounce back here. Let's have a look at the young Rosie now. Just a little half turn to kind of stay with the pace of this wave. That's a little better. Bit of a climb up and over the foam. Obviously, she wants a connection now. This wave has a fair bit of energy, so she'll probably get there no fuss. And being a goofy footer, spying the left-hander.
Mm-hmm.
There's been a lot of claims over this left-hander. There's been some claims of a Billy left.
Go-go left.
A go-go left.
They were two really good turns, Mark.
It was. So, potentially, well, I reckon she goes to the lead. She needs a 3-1, so I reckon she's got every bit of that. It's a matter of how far ahead she gets from G. It was a pretty good wave. Biggest wave so far in competition.
Yep, she's been picking up the sets, Mark, but that one has paid off. Like you said, that second turn was a nice fluid...
Here it is.
Fluid turn and set her up for the inside. Let's have a look at the first one now. Kind of a bit of a check. And this one I like. She really puts a bit of gusto into it and finds the lip and gets that flow going straight away. Yep, I'll have a look at this left-hander, see if it's around. So Rosie Smart, the light-footed, goofy footer, finds a bit of juice and a bit of flow now. I like this one. Brings it all the way around, puts a bit of back foot into it. Gets a groove on for this last finishing manoeuvre, a little tail release.
Yep.
So Rosie Smart, well done.
Yep, I can see this being the better wave of the heat. Good use of the rails in there, you know, minimal grovelling. The wave had pretty good momentum for Rosie. Offered her a couple of good sections on the inside, although it's not a big part of the ride. It was still pretty impressive. So for sure she's going to the lead. 10 minutes. Giada has priority over young Hanasuri. There's what goes on in the channel. What have we got there? Is that the water patrol, the policey or something in the red inflatable?
Yeah, I can't figure out what that word says on the side there. But water patrol for sure.
Basanas. All right, that's a good view from there when it's barreling, mate. That is pole position. That's the second best seat in the house when you're when the waves are cranking. Generally put a boat out there and film and get a whole lot of good snaps. Such a sick view. Anyway, there they are. They probably realise there's a big mosquito buzzing around over their head.
There's that score, Mark. It looks like is Rosie gone into the lead.
A 4.37.
Yep.
No, yep, 4.37. So not the best wave of the heat, but pretty close. And the lead. 4.77 now, a high 4 needed for G to regain the lead. But more importantly, the youngster, Hanasuri, in the white, needs a mid-5. Does have time. G's probably going to keep her in arm's length and take the next best wave. What about our next heats, Bill? Who do we look forward to seeing in these first 4 heats? Any big names?
All right, let's have a look at this. Ray Campbell. Haven't seen her in action yet. And Charlie Haitley really impressed me in Crewy, mate. Never seen her before. But, yeah.
It's the athlete area, Bill. A little bit of consent going on there from Freya.
Yeah, I like that. Izzy Campbell. Kakona Kawasi. We're going to see her in action in heat number 4.
Wow.
And Izzy Higgs.
Yep, Isabel Higgs out of Thailand. Hanasuri having a little look. And the judges, the priority judge deems that's all it was just a little look. All right, so we've got Kokona coming up. She'll be brimming with confidence after yesterday, mate. What heat is she in?
Last heat of this round, heat number 4. Up against a couple of Aussies in Izzy Campbell and Arabella Wilson.
There's Raya getting ready, walking the walk. In the red rash vest. In the blue right there on screen is Charlie Stokes. There's the Hash family camp there with the dog wagging its tail on the steps, keeping security and keeping the area, keeping the pretenders out.
That's our friend from
The
Philippines. Megan, I think it was. We met her last night. Come down for 3 days to check out the contest all the way from just north of Chicago.
All right, the youngster. Boom, hit it, make it. Come on, right out. Hang in there, young Suri. All right, now she's going to be hedging her bets on the inside, sort of giving her a fair opportunity now, just staying with it. Gets over that hump pretty easy. Tag this. Oh, little miss there maybe. And just surfs a long way for no extra points.
Meanwhile, behind her is Gia Lagarde. She is going to find that pocket. She does. Kind of messes up that turn, though. She's not going to ride out or get any reward for that effort. So, didn't see what happened before that mark.
All right.
But she'd ridden a fair way.
Yep,
her requirement, a 4.77. It's going to have to be the best wave of the heat.
Here it is. So, let's have a look at this. Yep, not too bad. Another section there. She goes around, but that was a pretty heavy hit.
Yep.
Another opportunity here, just keeping the rails connected to the wave. Doing a pretty good weave moment here.
It's kind of where we joined her.
Yep.
That's a pity she didn't finish that wave off. Could have been a really strong one.
Looks like she might have rushed it just a little and got all out off centre. Replay of Hanasuri. Bit of downtime. Didn't get much out of this inside. That was probably a last little scoring moment right there. All right, so the judges got a little bit to decipher. I think advantage G out of that little exchange. So G requiring a 4.77 might go close.
Yeah, they'll be comparing that to Rosie Smart's 4.57, her first wave. Got the replay system up there, Mark, so all fair to play on.
Yep, and that requirement by Suri will blow out a bit. Currently she needs about a 4.8, a high 4, but the score of G's to drop will put a bit more pressure on the youngster in white.
Bit of a storm front coming through out the back there, Mark. I just felt the wind pick up through the commentary position.
Yeah, bit of hooge.
Bit of hoojan.
Hoojan on the way. Score's starting to filter in now. Looks like the best of the heat. It is a 5.67. Giada Lagarde goes to the lead, so the judges appreciating a little bit of power and the use of the rails out the back on her wave. So G's been awarded the best number this morning. Takes a handy lead. She's now 0.9 points higher than Rosie. Comfortable in first. Trying to improve on a 4.17. Exactly 5 minutes remaining. Yep, I think we're going to get a little bit of the wet stuff roll through in a moment. Rosie, low 5 needed. Suri needs a 6.07. And Oni Anwar's made his way into the into Snarley's surf camp. He's on next.
Yeah, he looks a bit glassy-eyed, doesn't he? I don't think he's been awake for too long.
Have a coffee.
It's good to have him here. I love the local flavour that Gia Lagarde and Oni Anwar bring to the commentary booth.
Yep. Generally take the rashy off and get straight back up here for some solid input into what's going on.
Look at the way that the storm front has really messed up the lineup, Mark.
Yep, it might just hope it doesn't last too long. Bit of a pity that this is happening because it generally trims a bit of size off the ocean as well. We might be in for might have to put our wetsuits on too, Bill, or move our table in a moment, I think.
Yep, we could get a bit wet, but it's Gia Lagarde with that 5.67. That's looking really handy now. The conditions have changed. It's a massive score in the scheme of things.
Kind of is. She's got 2 good ones. Now just trying to improve on a 4.17G. We'll be feeling pretty good. Although the scoreline isn't blockbuster, it's definitely a solid effort. Given the fact that she's been a bit crook as well, mate. She came here 5 days ago with us and she was a bit down and a bit fluey.
Yep.
And trying to recover and still not running at 100%, she reckons. She gets through this heat. She may have to do it again today, or she'll be hoping not, so she's got a little bit more time to recover. 3 minutes.
And a big hello to any Italian surfers watching. Of course, Gia Lagundri representing the Italian team whenever she gets the chance at the ISAs. Our little mate from the southwest.
Claire.
Mate of her, Claire Bebalekwa.
Yep.
If you're watching, Claire, hello. Best of luck to you down there in the southwest. Loving life. New kid.
Yep.
Surfing her brains out still. Yep.
Puts up a lot of good posts. Love your work, Claire Bevo. So we digress a little bit there, but that's cool. I'd like to give some shout outs to our West Aussie family. The SWA team. Juddo. Mark Lane.
Yep, Juddo will be down the way still on the way down from Exmouth, I think. He's gone for a little holiday. But I tell you what, that guy never stops working. So he's probably listening.
If anybody deserves a holiday more than us, it's him.
All right, just under 2 minutes now. Let's get back to the scoreboard. It's Gia Lagundri. Just before this rain squall came through, she's picked herself up a 5.67. And as we spoke about before, that is a massive score. Having a look at these conditions right now, it's really has knocked the size off that. It looks like a bit of a lake at the moment, doesn't it?
Hey, Ollie, might have to give him a little hand. Yep. Well, it's starting to lose a bit of vision as well. Just over 1 minute to go.
Yeah, a little bit of a break between heats. The head judge will reassess conditions, Mark. And
thinking we'll just chill for a moment while this is all going on.
Yep.
We'll confirm that in a minute, but we do have 1 minute to go. Gia will be happy she got that wave before this squall because nothing else has broken since.
Gia Lagundri happy. Rosie Smart, Suri Jubrik not so happy. But it's
Rosie
all
won't
time,
be too
isn't
fast. Rosie will be quietly going, okay, well, I'm in second. That's good enough.
I know I can do it. Yep.
But yes, Hannah Suri will be the one that will be a bit concerned with this.
I'm not sure you can hear it, but maybe that you can hear through our microphones. The rain is really coming down now on top of our tin roof.
Yep.
Here at Snarley's. So it is lovely in the tropics most of the times, but when it rains, brother, it really rains.
Doesn't mess around, does it? Oh my God, I feel sorry for these three.
All right, if we can barely see them through that rain squall, but it is 12 seconds to go, 10 seconds. We will go to a highlights package after this heat counts itself out in about 5 seconds' time and reassess the conditions. So wherever you're watching around the world,
we will be back.
Stick with us, get yourself a coffee, and we'll be back with more action and a decision right after this highlights package. Well, welcome back wherever you are watching around the world. This is the Nias Pro 2023. The news is we're back underway. Heat number 2 of the opening round of the women's. I'm lucky enough to have with me Gia Lagundri, winner of the last heat. That must feel pretty good.
Yeah, it feels good. First heat of the day, and feels good to come out with a win. Yeah.
And tricky conditions, challenging. You got to manage to get a couple of good waves. Actually, the highest scoring wave I think was a 5, 6, 7, something like that. And then I went flat with that rain squall. So you must have been feeling pretty happy with yourself that you managed to squeeze in a good score.
Yeah. It was really hard to pick the good ones out there. Maybe from outside it looks a lot easier, but from in there it's just like sometimes some waves look like they're going to be really good and they just kind of flatten out. But when I saw one, I was like, oh my god, gotta take this one. And it ended up being pretty much the last wave of that heat, because it just went flat after that rain came in.
Yeah, it does tend to happen, doesn't it? The squalls come through and it blows it flat. Well, joining you in the next round will be Rosie Smart. Suri Jubrick couldn't get a scorer before that rain score came through, so we'll say goodbye to her. The heat in the water now. Chinta Hansel takes on Raya Campbell, Jolly Stokes and Charlie Haitley. Really impressed with the surfer in white down at Cruy. Never seen her before. She came out and blasted a couple of good scores. Yeah,
she really she was a standout in that last heat. So it was not last heat. I'm still kind of asleep. She was a standout in Cruy, so I'm excited to see what she does here on this right. My good friend Chinta Hansel, Raya Campbell pretty well. Jolly Stokes yesterday as well. We were together at the rock pools. Really lovely girl. So yeah,
everyone seems to get along, especially in the girls' side of things.
Yeah,
because it's pretty close quarter living here, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, especially all the crew, we're all sharing 3 to a room. Actually, Mark and I is like 2.5 men. We got young Rajo in there, so a 14-year-old mess of a human. But yeah, it's close quarter living, and it's good to see everyone kind of getting along so well. It's a bit like school camp down here at Nias. There's nowhere to go afterwards unless you've got some transport. So we eat together and we share accommodation, and it's good fun. Well, I hope you're enjoying the just show from Lagundri Bay. A minor score so far. The girls on the hunt for a decent ride and a score to keep.
Yeah, it's the sets take a while to come, and also with all it's pretty like a little bit wonky out there, and there's little waves coming at you, so it's hard to stay in the same position as well. And as I spoke with Mark the other day, there is a type of current that actually pulls you in instead of out or anywhere else, so you tend to lose positioning really easily. Before you notice, you're already pretty much halfway down the line. So it's just something to be aware about out there. Yeah, but it's really tough out there. It's really tough. Good call from the judges, a 30-minute heat. Gives a lot of opportunity for the girls out there. Yeah, we're back on track after the rain.
Yeah, it was quite the scene. Everyone putting up the blue tarps and trying to get the electrical equipment wet, and some funny scenes. All right, 2 surfers with some waves under the belt, very minor scores, pretty much a stand up and flick off the back of the wave. 5 minutes gone. It's these tough opening rounds, Giada, you've got to stick with and squeak through a win like you did, and then hope the conditions will improve. All right, have a look at this. Is Charlie Haitley. Check it out. A couple of good-looking backhand turns. She has found the best wave of the heat so far. Squeezing out a series of turns. We'll have a look at that replay, I'm pretty sure. Meanwhile, it's Jolly Stokes, Giada.
taking one at the back, a nice looking wave, a good second turn. She's gonna take this one to the inside. Sees if this one can give her a little bit extra here. And it looks like she is gonna make it. And here's her one last turn to finish this one off. That was a good ride. I think that's probably gonna be one of the best waves of this heat.
Yeah, the girls have been patient. It's been already clicking down towards the 7-minute mark of this heat. It's been running for that long. And yeah, everyone's got a wave. That priority is set. Raya Campbell sitting out there with first priority. Jinder Hansen with second. Both those girls only minor scores. But here's Raya now.
Raya on her backhand surfer from the Gold Coast, so surf snapper rocks a lot. She must be comfortable out here with this right. Similar to home. As we wait for a few scores to come in. Here are some of the replay. This is Jolly Stokes. Nice first opening turn. Straight into that second one. As she tries to take this one to the inside.
All right, on review, I like that first turn.
Yeah, me too.
Right on. So Charlie's sticking with it, and a couple of bonus little turns on the inside. Nothing really critical or exciting, but turns nonetheless, little half-a-pointers. And this one, our surfer in white. One of the biggest waves we've seen ridden today. Sloppy face of the wave. Really hard to get your turns going and get some sort of flow with those little bumps, isn't it?
Yeah. There's not much wall to them today as well, so...
No steepness?
No.
Hard to find a section, yep.
Yeah.
Welcome to the QS. So, you know, when you make it onto that Pro Tour, when you have those 10, 12-day waiting periods, you've probably got about 5 days of competition within those waiting periods. It's pretty easy to pick out the best conditions. But here where you've got, you know, sometimes 200 surfers, and you've got a QS 5000 to run, it's go time, and let's go. Yeah, so you've just got to cross your fingers and hope for the best conditions. Last year we absolutely scored, and this year not so much. Different time on the calendar, but next year the word is we'll be back to back with Cruy again, to be confirmed.
Yeah. We do have quite a few less surfers this year, maybe?
We do in this this event, because last year everyone just piggybacked off the Cruy event, which is quite easy. You only have to pay for one airfare from Australia, New Zealand, or wherever you're coming from. Let's have a look at some scores now. Raya Campbell, a 3.76. And the best of it, Charlie Stokes, that 4.33. So yeah, that turn out the back really paying dividends. Blue has skipped into the lead. All scores are in. There's a Charlie Haley with a handy 2.83 also. Girls will be looking for a backup or to get rid of those scores altogether.
Yes, this is the first few heats of the QS. We've run Pro Juniors for the first 2 days. Now we're moved on to the QS. We've had our winners yesterday. So what were some of your highlights for the Pro Junior?
I really like the tactic of Manojo Yahagi. Down the bottom of the priority listing, down at number 4, he's just paddled inside everyone about 10 to 15 metres. And while the likes of Jarvis Earl and Winter Vincent were taking those at the takeoff position, Manojo was on the inside throwing big airs and scoring excellent rides and taking it out. So, yeah, that was a real highlight for me. Not just sticking with the, you know, getting up there and getting in the priority train and all that sort of stuff. He was absolutely killing it. And yourself?
I think that was definitely a highlight for me too.
Yep.
It was, and Kokona Kawase really impressed me as well.
Yep.
She was surfing really well throughout the entire event, so it was good to watch. It was good fun.
March of the Japanese surfers continues. We keep banging on about it, but the women in particular, I tell you what, they are looking super dangerous. There will only be a time not much time, I reckon, before we see one of these native Japanese girls on tour.
The sun is out here in Nias. This is day 3 of the Nias Pro. Currently in the water, we have Jolly Stokes in the first with a 4.33. Raya Campbell sitting on a 3.67 and a 0.5. Charlie Hatley in third with a 2.83, and Chinta Hansel in fourth with a 0.53 and a 0.43.
Yeah, so 3 Aussies up against an Indonesian surfer. Chinta Hansel been around the scene for a long time, hasn't she?
Yep, she has. I've been competing with Chinta since we were little groms. I know her dad very well, Bruce Hansel, a shaper in Bali.
And also like a pipeline legend
Yeah.
back in the early 70s. I've seen some great footage of him. Big, long single fins and short shorts, cool beards.
Yeah,
Kind of what they're riding in Canggu now.
Yeah, pretty
Yeah.
much. It's like Canggu is like going back in time. But
Yeah, big shout out to Brucey if you are watching. I'm sure you are back there in Bali up at the Bukit somewhere. Fantastic shaper and one of the greats.
wow, yeah, I've known Chinta for ages. Ever since I started surfing, pretty much.
And who was your girl gang? This is Chinta, yourself,
It was
the
me.
Johnson sisters.
Chinta, the Johnson sisters, my really, really good friend Hayana
Oh, yeah.
Iguchi, Taina Izquierdo, who is in Bali right now as well. And that's all I can really think about. I don't think I'm missing anyone out. We were a very small group.
Well, for a small group, you've made a big impact into Indonesian surfing. As we watch Chinta now on a forehand, getting the groove going. And a little bit of speed, a little bit of flow. She'll be looking for this wave to stand up somewhere. It doesn't. So out the back she goes, jumps into that priority line. Let's hope this world does show its face a little bit. It's supposed to really fill in Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Today being Wednesday, is it?
I'm not sure.
I'm pretty sure it is Wednesday. Time stands still in the jungle. But yeah, there is a swell forecast and this wind is tipped to back off. So it's not forecast to go totally offshore. But it is also forecast to drop down to about 3 or 4 knots, which is kind of no wind at all.
Yeah.
That would be cool. We'll see athletes area there, and it looks like Freya doing a bit of a warm-up.
Yep. Coming up, Freya Prum, Heat 3, the round of 40, 48.
Yeah, we're just going to do four heats today and then reassess, see what the conditions say. A little bit of a lump out there. It is, let's have a look, surfer in white with priority. Charlie Hatley turns the nose up at that. Why not? It's a bit sloppy. There we are. That's Gia Legato. You're right there. The heat winner. Heat number 1.
This is my post heat.
Well done. You can see behind us that it has cleared up, and you see on the main screen that is Charlie Hatley on her second wave. Right, the action continues. Raya Campbell going upside down. I like that. I like that second turn too. This could be the best wave of the heat or halfway there. Nope, that's it. Just a couple of turns, 3 I think. But really impressive. Projecting over that lip line with the surfboard. It's really eye-catching for the judges. And it's also hard to do. That's why you get points for it. So there is a score owed to us from the surfer in white and the surfer in red. Charlie Stokes with the lead right now, but it's from that one solitary wave, a 4.33. She does have priority. So next wave comes through. It's all hers. Everyone make way. We'll just wait for those scores to drop, and we'll have an accurate score line for you at the 14-minute and 30-second mark. There's Charlie's second wave, a 2.83. That has put her into first position. Still waiting for the score for red. Raya Campbell was impressive to the eye at first look. The judges will be watching the replay and making their mind up there, comparing it to maybe the 4-3-3 of Charlie's.
Oh, it's looking like it's going to be a pretty big score for Rhea Campbell. There we have it. A 6-1-7 for the last of red. Pushes her straight to the lead. She is now sitting on the 6-1-7 and the 3.67.
Yep, new leader. Rhea Campbell, well done. Been very patient. 6-1-7's a bigger score of the day. She's just eclipsed you, Gianna. Sorry about that. And pair that with a 3.67. That's a pretty handy lead. Those requirements are 5.95. Seen Charlie rattle those out at Cruy, absolutely no worries. And a 2.40 and a 4.83. The requirements for Charlie and Chinta respectfully. Respectfully. So look at Charlie there with priority. She has slipped down to third, but only one solitary wave. So not a bad position to be in. Being very patient.
Yeah, and there's plenty of time left. There's 13 minutes left, so she gets to pick and choose because she has priority. So any wave that comes through, it's hers.
You ever been over to the other side of the bay there?
Not yet.
Every time I see this shot, I want to do it. Might have to do it this week. There's not much swell going on. Might see if we can get a boat ride over there or something and check out what's happening.
Yeah.
And give you a full report.
I was thinking of doing it with, like, driving over there.
Plenty to do and explore around the Nias Island. We are right down the south of it. It's a massive island. I've driven across it before. We went and surfed Asu for a couple of weeks. Me and my friend Troy from Lembongan. That was fantastic fun. Ran into Kian's dad over there. And the drive across the island is really interesting. A lot of little villages, some big mountain ranges. So it's not just the surfing on offer here in Nias. Come and check out and do some touristy stuff.
Yeah.
There's a lot to explore.
Or Afulu, a really good left.
Mm.
We had right after Cruy. Some of us did come straight away to Nias, but not here, not to Sorake. We went to Afulu. We had a small event there, a few days, and it was incredible fun. The wave it kind of reminds me of Bingen, but just longer.
Oh.
It's just a perfect little left-hander, breaks close to the reef. We had it pumping for 3 days straight. It was one of my favorite events I've been to.
Now, here a few of the staff went in it.
Yeah.
ASC staff, so make it an international event. What was your highlight there?
My highlight was being able to surf that left by ourselves.
All right.
It
Are we
was
going to be
incredible.
selfish? Who on the staff was the highlight for you to watch?
Probably my favorite surfer to watch is one of our judges, Gogo.
Oh, he's a great surfer.
Oh, I think
Yep.
he's an amazing surfer. Gogo is I love watching him surf. Even in Taiwan last year, he was outstanding.
Very understated.
Yeah.
Very quiet sort of a guy, but get him in the water and he'll blow your socks off.
Yeah.
All right, let's have a look at this at the 10-minute and 45-second mark. It's Rhea Campbell out to the lead via that 6.17. A really good series of turns out the back, projecting above the lip line. The judges ate it up, so the score into the good range. Charlie Haitley's doing okay. She'll be looking to get rid of that 2.83. And if she can amass something larger than a 5.95, she's going to take that lead off Rhea. Jelly Stokes just with one solitary wave, so she sits out the back with priority and be looking to at least stand up a couple of turns. That'll get her that 2.40. Chinta Hansel, 4.83. We know she's very capable of that as we look at Ella McCaffrey getting ready to go into the water for heat number 3 of this opening round. A little smaller today, so not going through the keyhole. We see the Super Caddy in the background there.
Mm-hmm. Yep, it's quite a bit smaller today. I like the keyhole. I think it's the most comfortable paddle out.
Yep. I was saying to Mark the other day, it's one of the only places you can get in the water, paddle out, get a tube, come out after that one tube, and not get your hair wet.
Yeah. It's they even park boats in the keyhole and everything because it's just flat.
Yeah. Two factors there. You got to have hair. You got to be really good at riding barrels, but it's possible.
reaching the 9-minute mark. Jolly Stokes sitting with Party, fairly quiet, only caught one wave in this entire heat.
Yeah, things looking a bit sleepy. Look over your shoulder there. Yeah, we've got to squeeze everything we can out of these days. The Bonnie McLeod and Ty Conigan will be reassessing after these 4 heats and see if we're going to continue or not. We look at that bay there. Usually there's white water breaking all over the all over the reef there. There's a keyhole, a couple of boats to the right of screen. That's where you jump in. And the indicator off to the left there. Usually that is just pouring through with big waves.
Yep.
Not today.
This is Sorake Beach from above. Yesterday I went for a walk just around that corner.
Mm-hmm.
Gorgeous, gorgeous rock pools and views. Coconut trees until so far, like that's all you can see. There's our all the little hotels and homestays and surf houses.
There we are. We're ready. Gia Lagundri right here. This is Lagundri Bay in the background. We're up here at Snarley's. This is our broadcasting position. Just as the rain hit before, we had to put tarps up all around here, but here we are, go. And you're looking at heat number 2, the opening round of the women's. Of course, sitting next to me is the winner of heat number 1. Pretty happy with herself.
Yeah.
Did you get a bang bang?
No, I didn't.
All right. If we get back on screen, I'll present you with your bang bang. Of course, in honour of our good mate Johnny Tucker, everyone that wins a heat here at Nias, he started it, gets a chocolate. I think it's got to be the only QS in the world that happens.
I think so.
All right, there we go. Gia Lagundri, congratulations on your win for the first heat of the day.
You.
There's your chocolates.
Stoked.
Boom, boom.
I'm so stoked.
Good on you, Johnny. Thinking of you, mate. I hope you're enjoying yourself in Bali. It's great to have you back in the country, and best of luck with everything, mate. Cheers.
I don't remember last time I had a bang bang, honestly.
Well, you can't have it here while we're on air. You're going to have to wait until you're off. Right on. What we did see there was a paddle from Jolly Stokes. So she sat out with priority for a long, long time. That wave did not play ball with her, and she's lost priority down to number 4. So that is going to have a big impact in this heat. Jolly Stokes, a little bit of an error there. But it is clicking down towards the 6-minute mark. You kind of got to go for everything. But that has heaped the pressure onto our surfer in blue.
Yep. The ocean going pretty flat. Just under 6 minutes. We're
It's a 2.4. Do you paddle it inside, get one of those inside runners where you can squeeze off 3 or 4 turns? It's a 2.4, that's all you need.
Now that she has 4 priority, that's definitely what I would be doing.
Mm-hmm.
I would just go down to the inside, even if it's just, a little one. You just need to do one turn, just a little wiggle, a turn and a half or something. So,
I mean, the risk you run is that there's a big set come through and the other surfers get a big score, but that risk is kind of negated by the conditions today, so it could be a ploy.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a bad plan. 2.4. She has 4th priority. That was, hate to say it, but that was definitely a priority mistake, paddling. And
it's hard to read, though. You have alluded to that before, and there's going to be a lot of waves paddled for and missed today, that's for sure.
Yeah, I say this, but I make that mistake all the time. I seem to never learn from it, so...
Rightio, so this is the position here with to click under 5 minutes remaining. It's Australian Raya Campbell out in the lead at 6.17. Super handy for her. We see a bit of a lump come through. All the girls out of position and a little deep. They'll be spewing.
Yeah.
Priority now sits with Chinta Hansel, our surfer in green. A 4.83 her requirement to progress into the next round.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, once you're sitting there for a while, if you don't have like a solid positioning, It's so easy to just let the current take you in and be too deep for some of those waves or too far out.
Keep looking at your markers.
Yeah.
You got one?
markers.
Keep it secret.
I actually don't.
You don't have one?
No,
Come
not
on.
yet. I just, it's so small, so it's different to last year. So I haven't had a marker for these days.
Well, I'll give you a tip. Speak to Uncle Mark next time you guys are off camera. He's got a really good marker. Right now, looks like Charlie Stokes paddling into another one. She decides not to pull the trigger. 3 minutes and 40 remaining. Playing that inside game that we saw Manojo come up with trumps yesterday. Jinder Hansel now.
Here we have Chinta cashing in her pride on a good-looking wave. A
Yeah.
nice first turn. She's going to go and try to get a second one in. She pumps, and she does. A nice cutback. She's looking for a 4.
Yeah, mid-range 4 and makes the best out of that last section there. A 4.83 actually is the requirement, so maybe worth the effort. That wave did reform onto the inside. 3 minutes remaining now. Will that be enough? A 4.03, there's the requirement right there. It's Charlie Stokes hoping there's another set comes through. One solitary wave, and it's a pretty good backup score. If she can put one on the board, she'll be looking pretty comfortable. Have a look at Chinta now. She goes a bit of speed, straight up above the lip line. I like that, up and down. And then that watery section there on the end of the beginning of the channel. That's really hard to deal with.
Yeah.
And Larry layback or something like that could garnish you a few points. But I reckon that's going to be her best wave, Chinta Hansel.
Oh, for sure. I think that's definitely going to be her best wave of the heat. 2 minutes, 20 seconds left. She's going to want to be out there again soon. So at this point, if I was Charlie Stokes, I would go down to the inside.
Yeah, 2 minutes. Yep. So right now, with the score to drop for Chinta Hansel, there is still Raya and Charlie progressing through to the next round. Wait that score to drop for our surfer in green. See if that makes a difference. .17, the best wave of the heat.
Yeah, Raya must be
Chinta
feeling
doesn't-
pretty comfortable.
Chinta doesn't need quite that much. 4.83, so a couple of points below that. Sounds achievable when you start comparing it to that high score.
There we have it. Chinta a 4.30.
Oh wow, so close.
Yeah. Now looking only for 2.43.
All right, with 1 minute to go, Charlie will be hoping for a 3-wave set. It's probably not going to happen as we see Chinta doing the inside shuffle there. Not much going on there either, so that won't make a difference to the score line.
Here we see her doing what we've been saying.
Right, 40 seconds. Scratches into another one. The Indonesian. Still requiring that 2.43. Not much.
Needs to be at least a turn, just a turn.
Yeah, a
This
couple of
one.
turns, you'll be good. Keep going on this one. I love her tactic here. She's not giving up. She's giving it everything. She goes, this looks like a handy little reform. She's got to go around that first section. Giagardi looks over her shoulder to the live action. There's one little wiggle. Hoping this thing reforms. It does. There's 10 seconds to go. She comes unstuck. She knows it. Slaps the water. Don't worry, Chinta Hansel. We loved your tactic there. We love that you never give up. So keep your head high, girl. That was good stuff. All right, that is it. All scores are in. It's Ray Campbell and Charlie Haitley through to the next round. We're going to go into heat number 3. Freya, Gia, Jasmine and Ella. But before we do that, let's cut to a word from our sponsors and supporters. You are watching the Nias Pro 2023. Stick with us, folks.
Okay, I think we are back. Here we go. We are looking at Heat 3, everybody. This is the women's Lima Rebu, the women's 5,000. We have got Freya Prum in the lineup in red, Gia Lorenston in the blue, Jasmine Sampson in the white, and Alma Caffrey in the green. In the booth with me as well, g'day Oni Anwar. How's your morning?
Good morning, Mr. Mark. Yes, great. There's a little bit of rain this morning, so we have a problem with the technical stuff, but we survived in the jungle, so yeah, it's been good.
Blew over pretty quick, so we're back to square one where it's clear skies, light winds again. The waves are a little iffy, so it's a tough day at the office, hence the 30-minute heats. What would your tactics be today, Oni?
Look, I'm trying to catch anything that's come through, but there's also, you gotta be selective a little bit. The waves looks kind of similar to everything. There's some wind chops, so yeah, I mean, you can't sit too deep like normally you do with Nias, but there's some wide ones who are coming, so you can see that last heat.
Most of the bigger waves I saw in that last heat broke nowhere near the girls and pushed pretty wide, so I imagine if you didn't have priority, it could be a good idea to sit wide and just hang there for a moment and see what happens. Red, Freya Prum straight into it. Oh, there's a good lip, and gets up there and helps herself to a big old bash. And again, lots of board above the lip line. Oh, what a way to start for Freya. Forget about the fall off. That does not matter. 2 big hits. Here we go now, green.
Here's Ella McCaffrey. Wow. Look at that tail. She just pushed it really hard, and just that one turn, I really like it.
I can't wait to see Freya's wave from the judges' angle.
Yeah.
The drone thing made it look really, really good. Half the board above the lip. This is what the judges will be basing their score on.
Yeah,
Boom.
I've been surfing with Freya in Australia. She's been training so hard, you know. You can see it now, that showing how much power she can throw and surfing like man.
Yeah, well, kind of. She's got a, she looked pretty fit. I just saw her in the athletes area on my way in here. And I said, well, good luck and all the rest of it. Shook her hand, and yes, she is looking pretty ripped and got a strong hand grip.
Yeah. During the free surf, like the last couple of days, she's been throwing these nice big fanning turn.
That was a sick wave. Like, make no mistake, those 2 hits, as we just have a look at Ella's 1 hit, boom. So the judges will have a clear comparison now between these 2 rides. Red's was a bigger wave, 2 really good sections. Ella's was okay. Freya's locks in at a, what is that?
8.
Right. There you go. See, and she fell.
Yep.
And forget about the fall. She did the work early.
Yep.
So well done, judges. I really, really enjoy that number, and a 383 for Ella's. So Freya straight out of the blocks into an 8. I don't think anyone's even gone close to that today. So brimming with confidence, 25 to go. What a ripping start for Freya. So is Freya from your neck of the woods? Is she from the Goldie?
Yeah, we just do the training with Richo there in the Gold Coast. Yeah, we surf Diba, Snapper. Freya's always the frother, you know, like surf a lot. And yes, he's really trying to qualify for the WCT, you know, doing some of the challengers.
This is what an 8 looks like, everybody.
Yeah.
Boom, best wave of the morning. 2 good sections, a bigger wave. Fins out the back, did not have any downtime between her hits, and she fell. So what? Got the work done, and I really enjoyed that. Wave of the morning. Yeah, Richo, good coach, huh?
Yeah.
Yep, and he's got a few crew in his stable that are here, and they all rate what he does. Me too. Any other shout-outs you want to put out there this morning, mate?
Not really.
Not
Just
really?
want to watch the girls surfing. Sorry, guys. I want some action.
Right.
So, yeah. Been craving to see some good surfing, you know. Finally, this is the QS 5000 for the girls. So we can see, like, good Australian surfers and Japanese, Indonesian. So I'm really hype up from this. Exciting to see it.
And I did say a shout out this morning to my team at home, Trig Beach there, the Surfing WA crew. I might have missed some names, so I'll quickly say good morning to Salamat Pagi, to Rayleigh, Katja, Sharon might be in the office this morning, Brooke and Daniel, Maddie Wilson, Timmy Thirsk, and of course already shouted out to Juddo and Mark Lane. Strong team. I'm glad I grew up working with those members. Life's been pretty good in the West. But we are here at Nias Sulatan. You want to just roll through exactly what it takes to get here, mate? Just let everyone know.
Yeah. For me, I came from Bali. So from Bali, you have to fly direct to, not direct, sorry, get a stop in Jakarta. And get another flight in Medan. In Medan, you have to fly to Gunung Sitoli, which is the island of Nias. And then you have like 2-hour drive. And yeah, so, but before that, we have to go to the last hit winner with Mr. Billy.
All right, thanks very much, Oni Onwa. I have Raya Campbell here, heat number 2 winner. Really tricky conditions out there.
Yeah, it's super tough. A lot of waiting around and seeing if a set comes or not. It's gnarly.
I'll tell you what, you did get a 6.17, which is a really big score in conditions like today. Did that fill you full of confidence, knowing you've had a good, solid score under your belt?
Yeah, it's definitely a good feeling, especially when there's not many waves around. I didn't have a very good backup, but I was just definitely counting on that one wave.
Rightio. Now we are at a QS 5000. There's people watching all around the world. They might not have seen you before. Why don't you look at that camera and tell us a bit about yourself?
My name's Raya Campbell. I'm 19. I'm from Snapper Rocks, Australia. Basically, I've been here last year. Didn't do very well. This is probably the best I've done. Got through one heat, so I'm happy to keep the ball rolling, hopefully in the next couple of heats, and get a couple of points up.
Now that is a famous area and a famous board riders club you're from. Any coaches or anything you want to give a bit of a shout out to back in Australia?
Yeah, I'd like to thank Snapper Board Riders. I'd like to thank my coaches, Andre from Hype Surf Coaching and Marcos, and also my dad, who's a massive coach of mine. Yeah.
Yeah, right on. Well, I am confident you are going to go a lot further through the draw. But here's the mate you've been waiting for. You win a heat at Nias, you get a chocolate. Put it there. Well done. Keep rolling through the heat. That is Raya Campbell. Back to you guys in the booth.
That was Billy Hagan. Thanks, Billy. All right, so Ella, 2 waves on the board now, both in the 3-point range. Catching up a little to Freya steadily, but just trying to fend off Jasmine and Gia. 21 minutes to go now. There's only one priority setting. A third there for Freya. The 8, though, was a brilliant start. I can't see her dipping out from here unless she perhaps fails to catch a second wave or something bizarre goes on. Really solid start, well done. Do you see much of Raya when you're on the Gold Coast, Oni?
Yeah, of course. Raya is one of our girls who surf. One of our girls surfing at Snapper there, charging when it's big, on her backside. Surfs Diba a lot. Yeah, I think she went the same school as me, PBC, so she's a couple grade below me.
They've put out a lot of good surfers over the years, haven't they? That's cool.
Yes.
Don't they have a surfing sports excellent program or something?
Yeah, like one of the best surfs. Oh, here we go. Talk about Blue. Wow, nice surfing here by Lawrence and Gia Lawrence, yeah. So, yeah, that's a great surfing. You go white.
Right. Okay, Jasmine Sampson ripping in on her first wave. She's got some clean face. That's a good thing. Got a couple of moves away now, so decides to stick with this one. She's burnt off 10 minutes of the heat, so making this one count. A bit of weaving, a bit of bouncing now to get into this inside section. You're going to have to find something clean to hit to make it worth doing, and doesn't pay big dividends. So should be stoked, though. That is a wave, and a wave in these conditions with some moves is a good tactic, as Ella only sitting in second spot with a couple of threes. Some replays. So let's have a look at Blue.
Yeah, this wave's really not like the best wave, but she surfed it well for how choppy it is.
And that's the difference from those 2 waves. That was a choppy wave. Let's
Yeah.
have a look at this next one of Jasmine's on a replay. Here it is. Clean face. Slightly smaller, but boom. Even this section here, still clean, still kind of, got a little bit of steepness to it and a bit of push. Nothing else really connected after that, but I think the advantage out of those 2 rides will probably go to Jasmine. Surfed a long way here, hoping something was going to happen, but I suppose you never really know. You've got to just hedge your bets. Sometimes they turn into gold on those little reforms. Sometimes you don't get an opportunity. So Jazz will have to reset. Priority sits with Ella. Her best score is only a high 3.
There's not many big score for the green, blue, and white, but red already.
Yeah, bang. So here we go. Gia's got a 4.27. So Jasmine, I think, should be a smidge higher.
Yeah, so speaking of the high performance center surfing in Australia, is getting next level. And PBC, which call like Palm Beach Currumbin, yeah, it's found a lot of good surfers coming out of there. She's Sheldon Simpkins is here right now.
All right.
One of my boys that I go to school with, and it's a grade below me.
I'm pretty sure Mick went through there as well, didn't he?
Yeah,
back in the day, a long time ago, when he was at school. Joel, yep.
Dingo,
yeah. What a team they put up for years.
Yeah, we used to have this surf MR shield, or the schoolboys titles. That was pretty fun. We used to fly to Victoria, compete in the, what's it called, Phillip Island. Have you been there?
Yep, I've been to Phillip Island. Well, this scores that Jasmine's going to come a little under, so Blue's going to get a better number by 0.9. All right, Marv. Either way, they are looking at Alan McCaffrey now. They've got a much better chance of advancing, just putting up those numbers, although they're minor. Gia's got one better than Ella, so Ella will be starting to feel a little nervous now. Had a pretty good rhythm early with 3 waves, but the total is only 7.2 as a 2-wave total.
Yeah, there's plenty of time though, so
there is.
I wouldn't be nervous. I would be just waiting with the priority green.
So you've been to the High Performance Centre recently?
No, I didn't really go to the High Performance Center, but at school we have like training with all of those guys, which is really good. And yeah, it's crazy talent. So many young talent coming now in Australia, and Bali also is getting better too now.
I think every nation's picking it up, mate. You know, Japan have really picked it up. China are sort of making a bit of a charge as well.
Yeah, China.
So here goes White Jasmine now. Second wave, 1 hit. Once again, sticking with this theory of just, well, that's not going to pay off. So a 1-turn wave, a second score. She needs a 3.84 to go to second. I don't think that'll be it. But trying to pick up a bit of rhythm with the ocean now. She'll have 4th priority, might pay her to go and just sit a little wider and see what happens. A 2.43, that result. Yeah, I think there's a lot of nations that are starting to charge a little bit more now.
Yeah.
And really get it together and commit to the long-term program of, you know, training, coaching, going to the lower-ranked events, you know, to try and get their athletes up to speed. Because once you start doing 5,000s and you want in on a Challenger Series, you've already got to be red hot. You've got to be super well drilled.
Yep.
You've got to have some funding of some sort because it's not cheap.
Yep.
And the only way to get into the World Championship Tour is, you've got to get onto the second tour, which is the Challenger Series. This is the third tour, the third tier. And the top of the third tier is these 5,000 events. So whenever one of these pops up, they're always heavily patronised, because if they're in your area, they're in your region, and a 5,000 pops up, it's a must-do event, and huge benefit if you get a good result. So tell us how you managed your way onto the Challenger, Oni.
Well, I pretty much was lucky. Yes, last year the waves was pumping at Nias. Get the opportunity to come surf this perfect, amazing wave around Asia was a blast for me. You know, didn't really like focus on it. Was kind of just come here, work, and yeah, just trying to make some heat. And that sometimes it took the pressure off me, and came second in the rank, I think.
Yeah, and how many did the Asian region take last year? 6?
6, yeah.
So you well truly qualified.
Yeah.
Well done.
So you pretty much gotta make a couple heats and consistently making heats at all these Asian comp. But this one's a hard one because the Australians are here.
Yep, it's dual sanctioned.
Yeah.
Yep, so it does allow the Australians to surf
Yeah.
up here in the Asian region.
It's good. I like it. So good for all the Asians.
Ella, straight into a solid rip. We'll cut back just to hang in there and see if this inside's got any joy. It does not. So once again, just a minor ride there, no major moves. Ella will realise that she has not found anything to do her best surfing on. Gia will be quietly confident with the 4.27 as the second best score of the heat. Gia needs only a low, well, just under 3 points. Freya has not budged since she put that 8 together. That happened in about the first minute. Surely, here we go. Freya, what she got this time? Ooh, dodgy. Little late on the hit.
Yeah. So I think she's like only need an average backup, then she'll put pressure on everyone in the heat. But like yesterday, I was watching the final. I thought it was like Vincent was gonna win the final. Then, yeah, the Japanese surfer, what's his name again?
Yahagi. Manajo Yahagi and also Tenchi Iwami.
Yep, blew my mind.
Yep, both got up and had a solid performance.
Yeah.
None better than the 9.33 of Yahagi yesterday. Best number of the opening 3 days of the Nias Pro, taking it down comfortably, and Team Japan were absolutely on a tear yesterday, mate.
Yeah.
Got a first and second in the boys, and a 1, 3, 4 in the young ladies.
Yeah, I mean, 8 points is a big point for this heat.
Yep, certainly is. Backed it up with a miserly 1 at this stage, so requirement now for Ella to win is a 5.18. Her last wave locks in as one of her better scores. It's right there with a 3.53. Gia, those numbers change now for white and blue also. They go a little further up. 3.99 now needed for white and a low 3 needed for blue.
It's pretty small score required by white and blue.
Yep. Still 11 minutes to go, so that would be still, reasonably positive mindset right about now, going it's not getting away too much. Freya's decided to just try something and get rid of the 1. Swings onto the backhand, nice little tag. Little bounce there, just trying to keep some momentum going. Has a look ahead of her. She's not overly impressed, but she decides to hang in there. It's now starting to pick up just a little bit of momentum, a little mini move to sign off. Probably a wise move. It definitely gets rid of the 1. Probably had something in the 3-ish range.
Yeah, I mean, that's how you can tell how much she's been working on her heat strategy, So she knows, okay, time is ticking out. I need a backup. There you go, a 3.33. It's enough to put pressure on Ella.
Yep, she now needs a mid-range 7. So life's becoming a little bit tougher now for Ella. Great performance, though, from Ella yesterday, mate, to take a second placing in that junior women's final. Was leading pretty much all of it. Right towards the end, Kokona came up and just ambushed her for the lead. And that was it. I could sense Ella was mighty disappointed with that yesterday, so she'll want to put a better performance together now. We're in the big league, the women's QS, leading the reboot.
I mean, every time she came second, like Cruz, she came second last year, and then she came to Nias last year, she came second again. So she's probably like really frustrated. I don't know if she's happy with second right now. She's probably trying to really win this contest, the QS 5000, because she ain't not coming home but to second place.
Yeah, and the points mean nothing for her. A bit of pocket money would be handy, a bit of heat practice, coming out of the region.
Yep.
Her points will not count towards her campaign, but she loves Indonesia. She goes to most of our big events.
Yeah.
And just trying to get a bit of momentum up for the rest of the year. Freya Prum now, strong lead.
Yeah,
so a little bit of pressure starting to mount for Jasmine and Gia. There's the athlete area. The white right there is Kokona. That was the winner of yesterday. Slashing around now, Jasmine Sampson. Needs almost 4 points. I'm not convinced she gets it on that ride. The next heat coming up, Oni, will be our final heat for the moment. We're going to go on hold at the end of this round. It's now 9:30. We'll be going on hold just after 10 o'clock, having another call at 12 for a potential 12:30 reboot. We're not sure with what round, but the men's and women's QS are both on hold at the conclusion of the next heat. Meanwhile, this paddle battle is for third priority. Red and white, Jazz and Freya going for it. Here we go. Look at Freya. This is where the training kicks in.
Yep.
Great bit of drone work there. Ryan Williams staying with a mighty ferocious battle here between these two. There's only about a quarter of a board length between them. Let's see who does the better duck dive. Whoa, White made up a little bit of turf right there. This will be interesting. And now overtakes her. I think she gets it. Hey.
Aye. That was really close. Especially with the drone work. Good job, Ryan.
Yep, best in the business.
You can see that down to... I mean, the priority guys wish they can see like what we see right now.
So Jazz moves... Jazz last wave was a nothing, a 227, so not into her top two. 7 minutes. I imagine everybody's going to get at least one more opportunity here. Freya's got the arms up. She's trying to improve on a 333. Surfer in green is, well, if she can't get a 751 on her next wave, she's trying to improve on a 353 to fend off white and blue. They're both looking for scores in the 3 range, white and blue. They do have first priority sitting in the blue column. Jazz with third pick there in the white. Freya still wanting to know some information. Here we go. Small lump approaching. All too deep. Now, did you manage to have a free surf yesterday afternoon on it? You did, didn't you?
Yeah, I did actually. I had fun.
Kind of got a little better in the Arvo with that pushing tide.
Yeah, I went back out again before dark. I was surfing after the comp, and then I went back in. I felt like, wow, there's not much to do, so I just all right, I'm gonna go surf again.
Why not?
Yeah,
You're a pro surfer. That's what you do, right? But it looked pretty decent. I was watching all the groms on the inside. It looks like so much fun. There was just that many waves getting ridden, and it looked pretty good. I was barely watching the out the backside because there was a fair bit going on the little kiddies corner. It was pretty good, pretty cool.
Well, Rajo Barrow was over yesterday on that little con there. So
yeah, he was having a good go at it.
Yeah.
So was Kevin Wow out of the Hash family. He was popping a few little sneaky little airs and tail slides and all sorts.
Yeah, it's fun. When it's small, that inside are always fun. Good for longboarders too. Okay,
so we go on hold potentially just after 10 o'clock. What do you do? You're going to go for grovel?
Why not? You gotta go. Ocean is the best place to reset your energy and kind of just give me a boost, to if they're running again, so I can just sit here and talk to you guys. I would just hang out there, have a coconut.
Yeah.
Yep.
There they are, all in line.
Oh, look at
Surfers
that.
with a bit of work to do is white and blue. Up under 5 minutes now. Freya will be mighty happy with her performance.
Here you go, blue. Just. This is her second wave. Oh, coming unstuck. Come on, girls. You want a bang bang?
Yeah. Freya's in line for one.
Yeah, she will be red, currently in first place. And, yeah. 3 minutes to go. First and second priority are pretty much second and third. I think Ella is just sitting right there. And I'm not going to any wave that doesn't allow me to better my score. So, Jasmine, I'm wishing there'll be a set coming soon. She's pound deeper. Jasmine last wave was a 1 point. Oh, she got pretty high score there, 4.27.
Yes, so she really only needs a low 3. So Gia, she's fluffing around on the inside here, trying a little bit of everything. Ducking left, ducking right, sees a little bump, heads a little deeper on the reef, banking that this thing is going to break, and it does. All right, a 309, it's not much. Get a good hit here. Boom. Really strong. Something else here to convincingly make the judges give you that number. She's got to hang in here on this wave, I reckon. Thanks for the drone footage again, Ryan. Boom. This is surfing for your life to stay in the event.
Wow.
Lots of weaving, one strong hit, kind of out the back with some reasonable work on the inside. The judges are going to have to decide whether they want to see Gia in the next round. I think that first hit is going to sort of garnish a few points just on its own.
Yeah, I mean, Ella did like a nice one turn before.
So here it is. Boom. What do you reckon, Oni?
It's a tricky one. I think.
Because that didn't connect. It was that one turn. That was nothing. She did get another little slash here. And then she needed a hit there. Would have convinced me, but
yeah,
it's kind of. I think she's still a show. 90 seconds, paddling as hard as she can. You can see the desperation in her surfing though. When she hit that inside bit, she knew she wanted one more tap off the top somewhere to just, you know, give her that bit extra confidence that she'll get through.
Here you go, the scores. What the judges
Needs
saying.
a 309. First turn, I liked it. Pretty vicious on rail. Fair bit of spray. Found a sort of a little mini kind of double up thing even, you know, and it gave her that opportunity early. Denied much more after that. One little mini slash.
I think she get it for sure.
I think it could go either way. Yeah, I think that first turn was, in the context of this heat, was pretty decent.
Wow.
Ella, this might make life a bit harder for Gia.
Yep.
So Ella's had a lot of these waves where she's had one turn and not much more. So she'll be hoping that this gives her a bit of love on the inside. All right, now she's got a little bit of a track to hit. Boom, that's good. Something else. Boom, really good. I think it's all over for Gia. Pretty solid wave here. Definitely Ella's best ride. Some quality moves on a pretty lackluster wave. She had to take it. There's only 15 seconds to go. So what did she get? She got a 3.6. So as it turned out, no, what was it? Yep, 3.6. So that was enough by about half a point. So Ella's number is going to be crucial. Ella's just dropped into third. She needs a 4.65.
Heavy.
It's pretty
I think
heavy.
she'll get
is.
it. She'll probably get it. I don't know. Like,
It was a good wave. Look, I reckon, once again, this could take a while to get the result because, yeah, I reckon when we'll stay with this, everybody, because it's kind of crunch time here for Ella. She just put everything into that wave. Once again, she's really surfing for her life. It was desperation stuff by McCaffrey. Gia would have heard that she's moved into second. She'll be pretty nervous now, not knowing what Ella did. She did some pretty decent work. We're calling it Ella's best wave. She already got a 3.83. She needs to go 0.8 better. I reckon she does.
I think so.
All right, so we'll stay with this one, everybody. This is heat 3, the round of 40 for the women's. Our next heat will be our final heat for now. There'll be a decision made at 12 o'clock for a potential 12:30 restart. So here's the drone work. Thanks, Ryan. On to Ella, who's walking up with her head down. She's got a 4.3, coming to 5. She gets a 4.33, so it's the requirement.
Now she got it. Back in the second.
Yep, she got it, and she gets through by about a 0.3-ish. Woo! By the skin of her teeth. Well done, Ella McCaffrey and Freya Prum. All right, so we'll throw it a quick ad and we'll get Billy and Oni to come back with Heat 4.
So now we are back for the QS Woman 5000 Nias Pro. So the last heat, Freya Prune from Australia and Ella McCaffrey from USA advanced to the second round. So congratulations, girls. And now we have Billy with me right now. Good morning, Billy.
Hey, good day, Oni. It's good to be with you, mate. This is heat number 4 of the open round of the women's. Up here at Nias, we're a few minutes into it and a couple of minor scores ridden. Isabella Campbell is in the blue, Arabella Wilson in the red. Kokona Kawase, who put on a great display yesterday from Japan, is in the white. And Isabel Higgs from Thailand is rounding out the field in the green. She put on a really good display last year when we did that contest up in Phuket. Couldn't help but be impressed by her. It's great to see her down here in Indonesia, giving it a crack. So right now it is Izzy Campbell out in the lead with a 2.17 and Wilson in the red, 1.27. Very minor scores so far. Still a long way to go, Oni. We're going to go on hold after this heat. And there'll be a decision made at 12 whether we resume or not. Possible 12:30 start. This is Jakarta time.
Yeah, I think it's a good call that they put it on hold. Just I think there will be a good wave coming, maybe this afternoon also. So
it has got fun in the afternoon yesterday and the day before, wasn't it?
yeah,
So yeah, good call. Go on standby, see what offers. It's not as though people are vacating the contest site. Everyone's staying pretty much in the same place. So it's a good call to go on hold. Did you go surfing this morning, mate?
nah, I just gonna hang out and have my coffee, chilling, enjoying the morning rain.
Nah.
What about yourself?
No, up nice and early, mate. Make sure everything was honky-dory for the commentary team, waiting for your arrival. The king gets here, as long as he's enjoying his coffee in the rain. And yeah, everything. Same with all the working crew up here, all the production crew and the ASC gang. Make sure the judging tower is ready to go, the commentary is ready to go, all the PA. And this is Isabella Campbell. She's ready to go. A bit of a replay of her first wave. Kokona Kawase has opened up with a 3.67, taking her to the lead. Familiar territory for the Japanese surfer. Of course, taking out the Pro Junior Women's yesterday.
Yes, that was great surfing for Kokona. Great flow. It's full of power. I like it. Draws a lot of spray.
Very few mistakes.
Exactly. Very few mistakes. Mr. Billy. Yeah. I think today is a round. This is round 1, and she's already putting, I don't know, like 25 minutes. So not much score yet. Easy looking, really strong, sharp. and surfing red.
You know, it hasn't taken that long for this field to get super strong. Look at this as the opening round of the women's. Kokona, Isabella, Arabella and Izzy, all super strong surfers. All right, and while we have a bit of a break in the action, we're going to cross down to the athletes area where Mark Clift has a rampaging Freya. What do you got for us?
I certainly do, and not only that, but Freya, you've got to be pretty confident and happy. You're the first surfer today to bust into the excellent range. Tell me about that ride.
Yeah, I was pretty excited by it, to be honest. I was hoping for a 6, and when they gave me 8, I was actually really excited, and then kind of, thought, yeah, I'm through, but then had to reset and go like, oh, you still got 25 minutes to go, and you still need another wave, so you better get focused. But yeah, it was good, because I don't hit the excellent range all too often. I know it's within me, but you just got to find that canvas so you can do it better. Yeah, super happy.
Yeah, look, really well done. You found the right wave indeed, and those 2 hits. When you fell, I said to Oni, I said, it doesn't matter because you did the work early. Oni tells me you've been doing a bit of training. What does that involve?
Yeah, I'm always training. It's just who I am. I don't know. I just want to get stronger and better and more flexible. I guess I just, I'm strong, but I need to work on flexibility. So the strength training I do enhances my flexibility. Stretching has never really cut it for me in the past, but do lots of breath holding training with a good crew in Tweed. Work with Mark Richardson at home. Lots of mental stuff as well, visualization, things like that. Go to work, try and get out deeper every morning, and not enough wave time, unfortunately, but we'll get there.
All right, so what about this morning? The surf was marginal. How do you get yourself up to compete in stuff like that?
Yeah, just part of my morning routine is just trying to get out there. I don't drink coffee, so I need to do something to wake me up. So exercise is pretty good for that, a bit of water. I don't know, this is actually pretty good waves compared to what we get sometimes in Australia. So you got to see it like that, even though obviously you want the dream conditions that Nias can offer, which we had prior to the event and last year. You just got to, accept it and do your best.
All right, well, you killed it. You've got a couple of sponsors here. Would you like to give them a shout out?
Yeah, that's my shaper, Gav. Thanks, Gav. Sick board. Surf Stays, they helped me out with accommodation. They're like family to me. And on a mission with the traction and the leggies. Yeah, awesome crew.
I've got something else. The Magic Bang Bang. It's the only event in the world where you win a chocolate bar for winning a heat. Well done.
Thank you. However, I'm highly allergic to peanuts. But
Can I eat it? I love Bang Bangs. How's that? Kimberly. Thank you. Good work, Freya. Back to you, boys.
Yeah, very good, Mark. Fantastic Freya too. Fantastic interview, and that is Luke Studer's pick for the win.
Yeah.
Watching the free surfing for last week.
Wow.
All right, so a few waves ridden while that interview was going on. Isabel Higgs, a 3, her best wave. Priority now has gone to red, Arabella Wilson. And we saw this girl catch a wave while the break was on as well, while the interview was on. A 2.17 hers. So it is first in green, Isabel Higgs, is Izzy Campbell. Following that up in blue. And we just saw another wave ridden by Arabella. So she'll drop out of the first priority position. Kokona Kawasi, she's up riding as well. So heaps of little waves getting ridden. I'm not really seeing the beginning of them, so we'll won't have a real idea if there's any damage done or not, but we'll wait for those scores to drop. This is Arabella's wave, so the full wave on display. A nice looking little turn. Trying to find some power out of these full waves. It's really hard work, Oni.
Yeah, I like how flow she's throwing a lot of spray. But unfortunately, the waves are pretty average. And here we go, Izzy. She looks really sharp right here.
Yeah,
Nice
Izzy
cuff.
Campbell. Yeah, loving it. Sorry, go ahead.
She's doing the Huntington hop right here. Can she make it through? She's eyeing on the end section right here. Really look like she's going to finish it strong. Boom! That's what the judge want to see. So I think she'll put pressure on easier. Sorry. This is Green. Sorry.
Yep,
Green.
got 2 Izzies.
Boom.
Izzy Campbell, Izzy Higgs. Izzy Higgs putting her best foot forward also. That was a good looking last turn. So 2 Izzies going at it for 1 and 2 in this heat number 4, the open round of the women's. Have a look at it from the get-go. Finds a way over that little speed hump to begin with. It kind of worked in a favour. A bit of speed and a bit of flow into that first turn. Izzy now sticking with that nice low centre of gravity. I like that style. It keeps rail-to-rail surfing up, makes it a whole lot easier. And this end, very handy.
Wow, I think she stepped it really well for the how choppy that wave is again.
Here goes the girl from Denmark. Nice strong rail work as always. She doesn't know any other way of surfing, I'm pretty sure. So that's great to see. Looking for that bonus finishing section on the inside. This time the wave does play ball. And got to try and generate some speed and generate some turn because the wave's not doing it for you today. So well done, Isabella Campbell. The girls dropping down to 3 and 4, but still scores to drop. Also a score to drop for Kokona Kawasi. So 20 minutes to go, mate. Heaps of waves getting ridden. I'm going to go on hold after this. Have a look at Kokona now on.
Wow. The junior champ. Here we go, what's she going to do? Wow. When you say Denmark, where is Denmark in WA?
Denmark is on the south coast of Western Australia, and it faces the Southern Ocean. So Margaret River, the mighty Trig, up there at Nalu, that's all the Indian Ocean, the same as Indonesia.
I've been to Tricks actually.
Yeah, of course you have. Yeah, every good surfer in the world wants to surf Trig Point. But as you turn around Cape Lewin down the bottom southwest corner of Australia into the Southern Ocean, and that's what Denmark faces. So
Yeah.
a lot of big, powerful waves down there. It's really cold, and it's usually windy. So
I want to go there. I've never been to explore enough of WA.
that's where the right is.
Wow.
You know that big, scary slab?
Yeah, yeah,
You can
yeah.
tell everyone where it is because no one wants to surf it. Only a handful of very brave people want to do it. But yeah, it's a big, energy-filled ocean down there, and it carves out.
You have to show
strong
me around
surfers.
there, eh?
Yeah, you bet.
You're,
You come
you're the
down.
local, right?
Well, I would not call myself a Margaret River local, and I don't spend enough time there. I don't really have a local break. All right, have a look at this, Arabella Wilson.
Wow, good surfing here.
Good surfing, a good-looking wave. Hoping this thing stands up on the inside. It's filling full of water. A bit of backwards, forwards, bit of tic-tac-toe. Those scores have dropped. We'll give you that situation update after we see Arabella work her way through the inside. A couple of handy-looking turns. Can she get one more? Not really, just a bit of a belly flopper over the whitewater. All right, a 4.20 for Izzy Higgs takes the lead again, and Izzy Campbell a 4.50. So she has come second. What do you think of this opening turn from Arabella?
Yeah, it's really like the waves are turning fat here. So first 10 was nice, but is she going left right here? Does she go left, Butch? At Bells?
I don't think there'd be many left-handers at Bells, no. All right, so a strong performance there. We'll wait for that score to drop, but as it is at the moment, Kokona Kawasi sits in third position with first priority. Isabella Higgs and Izzy Campbell, first and second. Those requirements still not very large in the right-hand column. 3.68 is required for Arabella with a score to drop. 3, all around the threes for Kokona and Isabella to advance their positions. There it is there, a 3.57 and a 3 for Arabella Wilson. That has taken her to the third position, clawing away up the leaders board. Yeah, mate, I'm sure your friend Mansour lives down that way in Western Australia. He can show you around a few surf breaks.
Oh, he's the new local there right now, huh?
Yep.
Mansour. But he's in Bali right now.
Oh, wow.
The whole
Yep.
family's there.
Nice one. Yeah, come down to Western Australia, mate. We'll show you around. Bring a
Yeah.
big, thick wetsuit.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Cold, yeah?
It's gold, it's raw, it's rugged, and it produces surfers like that girl in blue on screen right now.
So I thought it'd be warm because it's so close to Indonesia.
It's very south.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's like kind of the same weather patterns as J Bay and Cape Town. Very windy
Wow.
and
A lot of shark?
there's no sharks in West Australia, mate.
No?
No, none.
I'm the shark, though.
Let's keep that conversation when we have a few refreshments at the hash house there later on. But yeah, go check it out.
I will. I heard a lot of good things about WA, so
Well, if you
Izzy
show me,
Campbell.
Yep.
It's definitely a good local to connect there.
if you show me around Nias, Because that's what we're here for, to check it out. I'll show you around West Australia.
Mate, I'm just gonna be chilling around here, watching the girls ripping.
If you are watching around the world and you're interested with the things you see on the camera, come and check out Nias. We're in the south of the island, but there's plenty of waves and there's plenty of things to do that aren't surf-centric. A lot of adventure to be had on this island. If you're not one for big fancy hotels and everything laid on for you, come and check this place out. If you want a bit of an adventure in your life, this is the place to come. Lots of jungle, lots of greenery. A very different culture as you go from island to island through Indonesia. And Nias, as you go from district to district, there's a bit of different culture, that's for sure. We saw the judging crew head up to the King's Village the other day. Super interesting up there. Looks like a set from Game of Thrones. It's the traditional village up there, still preserved. Do the rock jumping up there and the traditional costumes. It's super cool.
It's cool they keep it like that, eh? Keep all the history and stuff like that still.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I really like it. All right, mid 13-minute mark now. It's the girl from Thailand out in the lead and priority. That's a comfortable position to be in. The Australian knocking on the door in Izzy Campbell. Kokona Kawasi in very unfamiliar territory down there in 4th position. However, there's only a 3.01 that she requires and a 3.11 for Arabella. There's the big long marquee on the left of screen there. That is where we had the opening ceremony the other day. Super cool. And the kids dancing around their warrior costumes with the big knives and the big shields. And that's where the champions of this QS 5000 will be crowned. Take home a bit of cash and a whole lot of points. Of course, these points going towards qualification in 2024. What are you hoping to go walk away with, Oni?
The win.
The win. All right, I like that attitude. I want to do the best I can. No, you're after the win. I can't wait to see it. Kokona Kawasi, she's got one win under her belt already this campaign. Looking to claw away out of 4th position. And surfing like that, she's well on her way. The wave not really cooperating. However, that requirement of 3.01. We'll wait for that score to drop. Could be kicking Izzy Campbell out of 2nd place. This opening turn, pretty good. The nose of the board projecting above the lip line of the wave. She does it a 2nd time, and then that wave running out of energy and steepness.
Yeah, you can see how flow she is. And here you go, currently hit leader. It's cool that you can see this angle. Oh, the wave just functionally fat and closed out on it.
Have a look at this. Could be a bit of a paddle on Oni. Whoever gets out there in the best position will pick up 3rd priority. That could be pretty relevant in about 5 minutes' time. If it's a dead heat, they'll usually give it to the person who caught the first wave, in this case, Kawasi. I think they both got the hoof on though, got the propellers going.
Yep.
They both want that 1st position. It's a bit of entertainment. Come on, let's go, let's go. Is it going to be the Thai? Is it going to be the Japanese?
What?
No decision yet. That's Rory up there. He has been the priority judge the entire contest. There it goes. 3rd priority to the girl on the inside in green, Izzy Higgs. So well done. 4th priority goes to Kokona. A little foam climb there from our Thai surfer. Flesh returning from the Asian Championships in the Maldives, where she did quite well.
Were you there, Maldives?
No, Christopher Binns was, and Mark Clift, and a whole lot of West Aussies. Perry Hatchett having a lot to do with the emergence of surfing in the Maldives. So a big shout out to you, Perry, if you're watching. Loving your work up there, mate. And That Surfing Association in safe hands, very experienced, of Perry Hatchett, of course, on the tour for 20 years, head judge for 10 years. A lot of changes happened under the reign of the Hatchett. Tube riding, I know the scoring of tube riding changed dramatically while he was in charge. A bit of work for Kelly Slater in that department. And yeah, now plying his trade up there at the Maldives and loving it.
Such a beautiful place, hey? Maldives.
Yep.
I think the weather's cleared up now, so the sun is out. So there should be a good wave coming this afternoon too here.
Yep, fingers crossed, mate. Come on. Let's get some real runners going through.
I can see the sets coming.
A little bit of set coming. Priority sits with blue, Izzy Campbell. Everyone's got to get out of her way.
Yep.
She can take whatever way she wants. If she shows intention, yep, she does. She's having a kick. That wave is hers. The girl from Denmark goes straight up to the lip and big heavy foot action on the first turn. A lip line turn for the second one. Into Cutback City now. Waiting for that inside section to show its face. It does. Loving the drone angle from Ryan Williams. That wave not playing ball though. Wow, what a shame. But a couple of big strongs out the string ball. I'm getting tongue-tied. A couple of big strong turns on the outside. And that's going to help her campaign for sure. I like this first one.
Yeah, I really like this turn. She'll
Oh,
definitely get a high score for this one. Biggest set. 2 turn at the back. Probably one of her big score, right?
Well, she's sitting on a 4.20 as her best at the moment, mate. So it has to surpass that. We'll see if it does or not. 3.40. Excuse me. A 2.70 is her requirement. I think she got that.
100%. Izzy Higgs. She is currently in second priority, so she'll hear it soon that the situation changed. But second priority, there's a chance for her to come back.
Yeah, for sure. Well, she is going to hear this, mate. We can see the scores dropping on the judging tablet here. And there's a couple of decent ones in the blue column. So Izzy might be up against it. I can tell you there's a 5-5. There's a pair of 6s. There's a 7. There's one more to drop. And then we'll have an accurate update for you. There it is, a flat 6. Izzy Campbell goes straight into the lead, passing everyone on the way. Kokona Kawasi now in second position. Her best wave, a 3.93. So it is Izzy Higgs with the work to do now. A 3.40 required with 6.5 minutes remaining. Arabella Wilson holds priority, and she only requires a 4.03. So we say just about every time it's anyone's ball game, but a big, strong score there from Izzy Campbell. A couple of big belts out the back. I think the judges like that, holding the rail on that first turn, you know, for the back foot.
It's a good set as well, so that's why judges like it. She really risked the first turn. She went like kind of hold, and because that wave was running away from her, you know. So yep, that's what you get. If you risk it, you get a high score.
You risk it, you get the biscuit.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, 5 minutes to go, so there will be the sets coming for Isabella Higgs. Only need a 3.4. And Arabella are looking for a 4.03. Not a big requirement, so 5 minutes. I'm sure there will be a wave, and it's gonna be a good action.
Now you've got a half-hour heat out there. Oni, you've surfed a gazillion heats in your life. Why does the last 5 minutes seem to go so fast?
Right, here you go. Currently second place right now. Oh.
CK, not liking that much.
They either go so slow or be going so fast. Depend what kind of position you are in.
If you have the lead,
Yeah.
what happens?
It goes slow. If it's your fourth or third,
Charlie Youngbuck
yeah,
goes fast.
goes fast. So, yeah. If I was Isabel Campbell right now, I'd be like, come on, Times, get it done, finish. So I go in and do my interview. Oh, he's paddling.
All right, just a turn. Oh, Isabella Higgs is up though and riding. Not sure if you managed to get a turn away before this full section. One would imagine so. She's a great surfer, representing Thailand now. Here's a steep section. It goes above the lip line. Well done, young lady. I really like that style. Sticking with it, hopping through to the inside again. Sometimes these right-handers turns into left-handers. Not this time. I'm going to look over my shoulder and cheat. It's in and out. So Izzy Higgs, if you've got a couple of turns on the outside there, this could be a really handy wave. She is only looking for 3.40. Here goes a replay of Izzy Campbell. A big high tail aerial attempt, and it doesn't come off. Here's the beginning of Izzy's wave.
Yeah. It's kind of like start of the wave is fat and then just kind of walled up here, the inside. So I don't know what the judge thinks about hopping at the start, but this turn is pretty nice.
Yeah.
3.4 for that one.
We'll have to wait and see, won't we?
Yep. Another. Yeah, we'll see. 2 minutes and 40 seconds. We'll have to wait for that last score. It's only requiring 3.4 to advance.
We've seen the judges already, Oni, in this heat reward a 6 for 2 hits out the back. Okay, I think that is what they've got their eye on.
Yeah.
You know, those 2 hits where the critical part of the wave and the consequences of falling off out there means you don't get that bonus inside section. The consequences of falling off on the inside, not so much. So they want the risk versus reward, and that's what the judges will be looking at. But it's a nervous wait for that young lady now with 2 minutes remaining. It's Izzy Higgs with a score to drop, 3.40 her requirement. We're waiting for scores. You can see it on the screen there. Meanwhile, out the back, it is red with first priority. And Arabella only requires a 4.03 also. Seconds, and here is our priority holder.
Yeah, this is Arabelle. Nice turn first here, and then can she get a link up? Oh, waves are walled up for her. Wow. I think that's probably enough.
All right, so that was Arabella Wilson. She requires a 4.03, and as Oni said, wow. And working her way through the inside still. This could be a very telling wave with under 1 minute, riding it all the way through to the judges' tower. Will she get a bit of a flex and a bit of a give me the score? Who knows, but it is a 4.03 she's chasing to go into second position and knock Kokona Kawase out of contention. Isabella Higgs is also waiting for her score. So with under a minute remaining, mate, there are scores of consequence to drop. And we have a look at the replay. That was a pretty cool little first turn. And now it's a bit of zigzagging, a bit of S-turning into the inside section, but you did make the most of it. As you said, the wave did stand up. As we look at Izzy Higgs' score has dropped, and it's enough. And so for the time being, Izzy Higgs is in second position. a 4.20 and a 3.43 her second wave. So with 5 seconds to go, all eyes are on Arabella. There's a score to drop for Izzy, but I think it was just that blowtail fall off. And pretty sure Kokona may have stood up before the siren as well, so there's a heap of scores to drop. Arabella Wilson's probably the most important. Rightio, scores are in for Izzy, nothing there. Izzy Campbell, that is. Izzy Higgs is currently in second position. Kokona, that was a very minor score. We are waiting on scores for Arabella Wilson. A 4.07 is her requirement to go into second position, knock out the Thai surfer and progress into the next round. Makes her way across the reef there. She can hear the beach announcer. As the scores drop, she'll begin to know her fate. All right, definitely put her best foot forward there, Ronnie. What's your feeling?
Yeah, I feel she got it.
Okay, yep. I'm 50-50. I'm sitting on the fence. There wasn't too much on the outside, but she did capitalise on the inside. And it's only a 4.07. It's nowhere near the good range. So, very gettable. The judges are looking at that replay screen, and they're probably comparing to like a 4.20 that they awarded Izzy Higgs. Comparing those sort of waves and see if it's in the same ballpark, if it's better, if it's worse. Either way, it's a bit of a nervous wait for Arabella Wilson from Australia. Got that smile, that nice positive attitude down there. Is that a confident smile or a nervous smile, you think, Connie?
I think she just always smiles. Win or lose, she's just smiling all the time. So
that's the way to be.
Inside she'd be like, doop, 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 doop. I don't know. So we'll see.
So Tully Wiley there. The coaching duties, the big fella.
Yeah. Coach.
Competitor.
Yep.
All right, the judges taking their time with this, and why not? We are going to go on hold after this, folks watching at home. There will be another call at 12, Jakarta time, and a possible 12:30 start. We'll be going into the next round of the women's. A nervous wait for Arabella Wilson. Her fate will be decided in a little while. But it looks like Izzy Campbell from Denmark has taken the win. Unless something absolutely miraculous happens. So well done to Izzy Campbell. Through to the next round. She'll be getting a bang bang in the presentation area pretty soon. We will just wait on these scores for Arabella. The judges taking their time. That usually indicates that it's in the ballpark, doesn't it, Ronnie?
Yeah, I mean, watch the replay again and again and again and again. I was feeling like maybe flat 4 or just a little bit more.
Okay, if it's a flat 4, it's not enough, mate. She needs at least a 4.07. So it's got to be right in the ballpark there. There's the athletes area, and there is Arabella. There's the scores dropping, 4.07. The requirement doesn't look good. 3.80, so not enough. The results of that heat is Izzy Campbell from Western Australia in the first. Izzy Higgs representing Thailand in second. Kokona and Arabella taking out the third and fourth position. Mate, I think while we're prepared down in the athletes area for the post-heat interview, we're going to cross to a break from our supporters. I hope you're enjoying this show. For everyone watching around the world, this is the Nias Pro 2023. We'll be back with the winner of the last heat, Isabel Campbell, right after this break. All right, that is the scene at Lagundri Bay. It's not your classic barreling right-hander, but it's what the surfers has been dealt. Winner of the last heat is Izzy Campbell from Western Australia, and she joins a very special presenter in Sorake Jubrick. What do you got for us?
I'm here with Izzy Campbell, winner of the last heat. Tell me how you felt and your strategy coming into the heat.
I was actually kind of excited to go out there and get a few waves, even though the conditions were pretty bad. But I didn't really have too much of a strategy, just wanted to get out there and get the best waves, really.
Yeah, I saw your 6. Tell me how that wave was and how you felt after hearing your score.
Well, I just saw the wave and I was like, I've got priority, it's a sick one, so I went and kind of misjudged it a little bit, but got 2 turns in, so I was happy with that.
If you have anything to say, do you have anything to say to your friends and family back home?
Hi Mum, hi Dad, hope you're well. Yeah, just happy to be here.
Okay, here's your bang bang for winning the last heat. Good job, good luck.
All right, that was Izzy Campbell, winner of the last heat and very special presenter in Sorake Jubrick. Well done, Suri. All right, we will be going on hold. The WSL representative Bonnie McLeod and Ty Conigan will be assessing the situation at 12 o'clock for a possible 12:30 start Jakarta time. Go get yourself some lunch wherever you're watching around the world, or dinner. Get a coffee and join us for more action later on in the afternoon. This is the Nias Pro 2023 live from Nias Island.